Hey, what's up? I'm Mike Squires, and this is the Couch Riffs podcast, episode 98. 98. Damn. With my guest on this episode, Chris Funk of the Decemberists, multi-instrumentalist member of the Decemberists, also Black Prairie, a string band, bluegrass, klezmer, sort of Americana cinematically influenced band. Also a record producer, which is awesome, and a not so closeted metalhead, which is my favorite part of his whole puzzle. I love it. If you are not familiar with Chris's many talents, I suggest you do a little bit of get on the internet. Have you heard of the internet? Get on there and just type his name in. You'll see some other stuff, but just type in Chris Funk musician. And hot damn, my guy is good. And watch some performances of the Decemberists, because they're a great, great, great band. Not to mention, go listen to the albums that he's done for Red Fang. They're just some of my favorites. So anyway, I had a great time catching up with him, and I hope you enjoy the conversation as well. Now listen, if you are enjoying the Couch Riffs podcast and you're enjoying this conversation and other conversations that we have on this podcast, you could become a pledge member very easily, painlessly, 99 cents a month. That's all it takes. You can donate more, but 99 cents a month is the lowest donation. That's the entry point. And next week, or I guess the week of the first week of August 2020, I'm going to launch a special little thing for accessible only by pledge supporters, as a little thank you. So for as little as 99 cents a month, you can help preserve, propel, improve the podcast. I don't know what other descriptors you want me. You can help this thing keep rolling. So I want to thank some folks who have been supporting the podcast now. So thank you, Ryan Waters. Thank you, Hayden Smith. Thank you, Jamie McParland. Thank you, Teresa Morgan. Thank you, Matt Gabbs. Thank you, Justin Jones. Thank you, Doug Starkovic. Thank you, Deja Colantuono. Thank you, Adam Pranica. Thank you, Dan Hurst. Thank you, Joan McKagan Baker. Thank you, Dan Leary. Thank you, Kathy Giordano. Thank you, Mike Lacerda. Thank you, Rebecca Pellman. Thank you, Danny Bland. Thank you, Chris Smith. Thank you, Perry Morgan. Thank you, Oliver Spencer. Thank you, Paul Hutzler. Thank you, Justice Gash. Thank you, Steve Hall. Thank you, Rolla Amplifiers. Thank you to River City Guitars. Now, River City Guitars, as you've heard me speak of, is a really cool little vibey guitar store in Spokane, Washington, run by my good friend Bobby Kluss. Now, Bobby is a working fella. He works hard, and he works hard to make things great. He's always been like this, and he's a community guy. So when I tell you that he's working hard to make sure he's got the coolest guitars and the coolest vibe in his little store, then you should believe it, because it's the truth. Now, if you have a guitar that you're wanting to sell, or you're just sort of on the fence, you should reach out to these guys. Reach out to River City Guitars. They are always buying, okay? So 509-818-7693. You can phone them, or you can go new school. Just drop them a line of email, sales.rivercityguitars@gmail.com. Bobby puts in a lot of road miles driving around buying guitars, buying collections and single guitars. Go look at their website, follow them on social media, River City Guitars and @River City Guitars. And you'll see a constant flow of stuff coming in. Very cool stuff. Every week I take a look at the website and I pick something. And then I talk a little bit about it. This week, this is a guitar that, for whatever reason, from a very young age, I have coveted. And it's not like a particularly, sought after instrument, but this is a 1985 Fire Engine Red. I think Fire Engine Red. I'm just using that description. I'm colorblind, but it's definitely red. Ibanez Roadstar 2. This is like before they got into the body style, the Roadstar body style that eventually became the RG, right? So it is, it straddles the line more like a Strat, but it's got a humbucker, 2 single coils, like a good 80s guitar has. It's got a non-locking tremolo system on it. Cool guitars, man. Really cool guitars. This one, $399. You can have this classic made in Japan ripper for only $399. And, as I said in the last episode, Greg Ginn approved, so why shouldn't you? And a lot of folks have approved of this guitar, let me tell you. RiverCityGuitars.com. Go check them out. Reach out to Bobby and the staff there. Great, great folks. Now, don't forget the golden rule, will you please? Treat people like you would like to be treated. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Just be cool. Don't be a dick. It's not that hard. Yeah.
What's up? Hey.
Can you hear me okay?
It's the shootout of the SM7 versus the RE20. 2 classic broadcast microphones.
Oh. You know what? I'm going to hit up some advertising dollars.
Fuck yeah, man. Sennheiser and Shure, what up?
How are you doing?
Give it up for Couch Riffs. I'm good, man. How are you?
Yeah, I'm hanging in there, I'm hanging in there.
Awesome.
I was so excited. I was going to start our whole thing off with a big brag.
Okay, do it. Get it.
It's an empty brag now because I was going to back it up with an all-music documentation. But do you know that I have a Decemberists album credit?
Of course I do. I was there, man. I remember that day.
Do you?
It's the wormhole. The wormhole.
The wormhole,
yeah. You, played
on, you know what?
Yeah,
All
dog.
music, these motherfuckers, they put John Roderick, the cockface John Roderick, they put this motherfucker in the all music credits, and because he's a star. And then me, I'm just the fucking redheaded stepchild. And so I'm gonna have to email them a new asshole.
We got to get that right. There's probably some sound exchange money waiting there for you or something too, man. You never know.
Probably a lot of dollars, yeah.
Yeah.
Does sound exchange actually cover that? For performance?
I think
I
think it is a performance royalty. It's a very confusing thing, but I'm learning more about it and realizing that there is like money sitting there for me. Not a lot, but it was something. It all adds up,
I mean, I billed you guys for union scale, but I don't think I ever
That was era Kill Rock Stars, so we didn't have to pay union then.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to have my union rep get a hold of you.
I'm gonna call DIY on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing about sound exchange. This is just really starting off on a nerd. It's only going to go downhill from here. I'm sorry to report.
Just music theory 101 shit or business.
I tried to get up on that sound exchange shit at one point, and I was like, hey, I'm on a lot of records. I've written a handful of songs, got a bunch of credit, but, blah, 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 blah. And then they wrote back to me and they're like, sorry, this publishing company controls the royalties for those songs. And I'm like, that's me, asshole. That's me.
Oh. Shit.
And that's as far as it got because it ended up in this like chasing your tail conversation. And I got frustrated, and I feel like that's their shtick. Frustrate you.
I actually have an email for a human being there, so I'll give it to you if you want it. Oh, it's very nice.
This is amazing. This is
Might be able to help you
best podcast ever.
Yeah, I'm going to start billing right now. Billing
You're
by
gonna
the
start
hour
billing
here.
me? You know what?
Yeah.
Charge it back against my union scale rate from 2006.
Okay, cool. I'll go get the money. I'll take 15% and then I'll send it to you, man.
Perfect.
Checks in the mail.
Yeah. It's favorite one-liner. What's going on in Portland, Oregon, man? It's things are screwballs over there.
That's what they say, you know. It's been interesting. All my friends from everywhere else have been writing me and, you know, are you okay out there? And I mean, yes, we have some stormtroopers here, courtesy of Donald Trump. And, you know, it's all kind of, I don't want to say quarantine, but it's in the downtown area, right? So it's very much downtown. But yeah, it's fucked up. There's people protesting. They're protesting peacefully. And Trump has sent in some, to my understanding, they're actually like trained to do border patrol and not deal with crowd management. Not that the Portland police were any more trained to deal with crowd management when they were in charge of all this, but they're protecting the federal building, and it's just escalated everything, you know, like that does. You know, you tell people we're going to send in a bunch of goons and literally with drive around with like Enterprise rent-a-car white vans and just pick people off the street. And,
right.
Yeah, it's going to piss people off. So yeah, it's fucked up. Day-to-day life here, though, is no different, you know? So
right.
It's only if you elect to go downtown and protest, it seems like.
You could still go to this specialty salt store and...
yeah, wear your mask and put on a suit, and you can go in and buy your salt.
Right.
Yeah, but
That's
it's fucked up, man. I mean, I don't want to say things are normal here. That isn't normal to have people that want to go protest downtown be treated that way. You know, it's bullshit.
I mean, this year has been so fucked up. It's just
crazy.
like it's a hit parade of diarrhea misstep slips and fall into the you know, it's just like what?
Yeah. The good, I think there's some good that'll come out of it. You know, I mean, there's some necessary changes happening and necessary conversations, and then of course you're seeing the discouraging side is seeing all the piece of shit racists and globalists that are actually, you know, feel emboldened to put their hand up bigger than ever, you know. But it's like, okay, well, at least we know who we're fighting against now, you know.
Right.
You got a face on there. But I tend to try to keep my head in the right way here and just say there's a lot of necessary change happening, you know. So long overdue.
And all of that makes me very happy. You know where I'm at because we ran into each other on the street 2 short years ago.
That's right.
Randomly.
Upstate, man.
In Hudson, New York.
So
that was
crazy.
fucking so
Hudson.
funny.
It's a great town, man. I love it there.
Oh, yeah. It's great. I love it.
So cool. And there seems like there's a lot of musicians there, too.
Yeah, you run into all kinds of folks here.
Yeah, like a cool artist community and people wanting to get out of the city. And I feel like I hear like musician friends of mine are like, I'm moving to Hudson, or so-and-so lives in Hudson or near Hudson.
Yep.
So
there's a great
nice,
studio
man.
in the town where I live.
Right.
Do you know about this?
Is it the National Dudes?
Yeah.
Do they live there? Yeah. Is that it?
Yeah.
Did I hit the jackpot? Okay, cool.
That's it.
Yeah. I know those
super
guys
nice
a little
fella.
bit. That's all I know is the National Dudes have a studio there. I don't know if it's Matt or the brothers or who.
I emailed with them when I first moved up here because I was looking for some folks to do a little bit of work on the house, and we had a connection, and he was like the only person that I could reach out to up here that, you know, otherwise It's just like ask your neighbor, and they're, you know, your neighbor will say, oh, I'm a contractor. You kidding me? Well, let me do it. Everyone's a contractor, you know?
Yeah. Except me. I'm terrible at woodworking. I'm terrible at plumbing.
Oh, you know, you don't have to do any of that to be a contractor. You know, you could just, contract the people to do it, right?
It's true. And you just need an iCal.
Yeah.
You don't even need that. You just start a job and then, I don't know, maybe we'll finish it. Maybe we won't.
Right. Yeah, no, that's kind of how it goes up here. It's for what a go-get-'em place New York City is, upstate it has a decidedly different vibe, and it's not necessarily that people don't work as hard. They certainly aren't. the cost of living is much lower, but the contractors are kind of like, well, all these city assholes are going to come up here and spend money doing fix-em-up work on their houses, so we'll just charge them city money and, you know, and get to it in 3 months or whatever. And, you know, I'm not a city person, or as they like to call them, cityots. This is what
cityots. Oh, wow.
How do you like that?
Never heard that one. I've never heard that.
Yeah, cityot. That's what I get. I get referred to as a cityot occasionally, but
I think it's cool. You know, things get done as fast as they need to get done when you're living somewhere else besides the big cities, and that's the appeal, right? So,
indeed.
Yeah, as frustrating as it might be.
What's your day-to-day like, man?
My day-to-day, that's a really good question. Era COVID, my day-to-day has been, I was supposed to do some touring this year. Of course, all that's canceled. I produce records at a recording studio that I operate, which is a part of a foundation. And thankfully, I have a staff position there, and that foundation has pivoted and also does in the nonprofit section of that foundation where the studio is at. We do some educational work for Portland Public School kids, and so we're teaching recording online. We're teaching I just got off of a songwriting class, teaching songwriting online, and that's kind of been like a really not only financially saving grace to have some steady, like teaching and whatnot, but also during COVID, but also just cool to connect with kids and also just have like a schedule, you know, otherwise I'd be sitting here.
Yeah, what a cool
just like
and
doing nothing.
What a cool and worthwhile endeavor.
Yeah. So that's been cool. And then a lot of home recording. My house is like covered. The studio has been closed since March 13th. And my house is now just covered in gear, and I've been recording like crazy, which I kind of like set out to do during COVID. I was like, I'm going to make a lot of music, and did it. So that's been good. So it's either hanging out with my daughter who's 14 or making music or teaching, and now Portland is in full summer swing. So it's been nice to get out into the rivers and see some countryside, and I feel comfortable enough to do that. That's good.
Let me back up for a second.
Yes, sir.
So you said you operate a studio. Does that make you? Are you an owner in this studio?
I'm not. No, it was started by a friend of mine named Sandy Bodecker, who is a kind of like a legendary Nike dude. He started Nike skateboarding, and long story short, he had the dream to build this like almost like community center like space. It's this 11,000 square foot space. And I met him and I was like, I don't want to work with some Nike dude in a studio. Like, no way. And then I met his name's Sandy, as I said, and met Sandy. And I was like, this guy's vision's crazy. He wants to build this like give back center to Portland. It's got a skate pool in it that Lance Mountain designed.
Wow.
It's got this, world-class recording studio. It's got apartments. It's got like an arts area where people can make art. It's got apartments where people can stay. And then
the apartments are for people to stay while they're making the record?
Yep, they can do that. Or we also are launching like an artist in residence program, which will pick back up coming up. So you can do like an urban residency.
That's amazing.
So it's been really cool to be a part of. Unfortunately, it was open about a year, and then Sandy passed away 2 years ago this coming October. So he was only able to truly enjoy it for about a year, which really precipitated the need to make the foundation whole and make this thing really hum. So I've been kind of like working on that too, which is kind of, I didn't have like a gig running the studio for him. I just like came in and did like production projects there, and he let me use the studio. But then when he passed away, it was like, the lawyers and the estate was there, and they were like, okay, you guys want to like keep this ship of fools running down here in Portland, you got to pull it together. So it's been an interesting process, kind of like pulling together this nonprofit. It's deemed a foundation, but it operates more as a nonprofit. So it's a cool spot. It's insane, man. It's totally insane. It's called the Bodecker Foundation, and you guys should peep if anybody's listening, or you are listening because you're here. You should peep the Bodecker Foundation website. It's a crazy looking building, and so it's been a total blessing. It's in Northwest Portland. So kind of like the older part of Portland, you know. I live in Southeast, so it's like I feel like I'm like really using my city by getting out of Southeast Portland. It's probably all of 2 miles away. But yeah, so that's all been online. So I haven't even I went there the first time the other night for the first time in like months, and went back into the building. So it's just been shut down, unfortunately. But that's crazy. So that's something I've been doing that's been cool. You know, that's like a good thing. You know, I feel blessed to have that in my life.
Tell me about that facility.
Yeah, so the facility,
the recording, I guess specifically. You said some of the other
for
stuff.
sure. It's not a huge space. There's obviously the tracking or the tracking area, which has got a couple ISO rooms, and there's a couple other ways to isolate. But it sits on the edge of the skate pool, right? So we've got this giant warehouse in a skate pool, right, to record in as well. So we've got this cavernous area. So the studio is actually quite large. And
wait a minute.
Yes, we have.
Did I see a photograph of John with his drums set up in the center of the
John
the
Sherman
skate
from
ramp?
Red Fang? Yeah, because I worked on their last record. Yep, that's the spot.
Right.
So yeah, we always put the drummers down at the bottom of the skate pool, 9.5 feet down there, and let it rip. And the interiors of the room, they were designed by the guy that designed Blackbird in Nashville, this guy Michael Cronin, who's a total boss. And I kind of brought him in when I started getting involved in the project. And it's a cool studio. It's we've got analog and digital. We have an API, a 32-channel API, 1608, and plate reverbs and spring
Seems
reverbs,
like you guys really,
and tape machines,
really
and
pinched
the whole
your
shebang.
pennies.
Yeah, pinch Sandy's pennies.
This
Sandy
is,
graciously wanted to do it the right way. So I feel really fortunate to be able to continue it in his memory and turn other people onto it and have people work there. Come through. So we have got a smattering of like for-profit bands. Bands that are making records. My band included. We made our last record there. And then we're able to offer it as like an educational facility, and then also give it out to people under the purview of the artist in residency program. So, people that are kind of that want to apply and make a record or do something that's more like art-centric music recording.
So folks can apply for grants to record there or be an artist in residence there?
Artist in residence there, yeah, exactly. So it has to be the right feel, It's like, right. Okay, if you're just like making a record and you're broke, that's one thing, and that's not to say we wouldn't check that out, because that's valid too. There's a lot of broke
most of
recording people that want to record
most
music,
recording artists are broke.
yeah. So there's a lot of criterion that we look at, and that's all still a new program. So unfortunately, we've only done, before COVID hit, we've only done one true recording program, under the artist in residency, and that was for an artist who is he's a deaf artist. He's a deaf guitar player, and his name is Miles DeBastian, and he uses light and this like triggering system, and it was bonkers. I actually helped work on it, so that was really incredible.
Whoa.
Yeah, you should check his stuff out, Miles DeBastian. And
he's actually
he can hear like a little bit, so I guess that's technically hard of hearing, but he's pretty close to totally deaf.
He's legally deaf.
He's pretty much deaf. He would say, I'm pretty much deaf. We were using like vibrating packs in the studio. I was like wearing this vibrating pack so I could like understand what he was recording, and he's a badass man. He's using his guitar to like trigger things.
Is it free music, or is there a conventional rhythm?
It's written, and he would have a drummer come play with him, and then so yeah, it actually reminded me a lot of Russian Circles. He's like super into like kind of guitar based like prog, like he likes Tool and that kind of stuff. So it's pretty badass, and it's all like using lights, and it's part of this higher concept world that he's building that's sort of like an installation, and it was also in cooperation with Pica, which is like an arts center here, and kind of like trying to my take on it is like communicating the deaf world to the hearing world, right? So, but there's a whole art underlying to it. Anyways, it was amazing. So he was our first
incredible
artist in residence. Yeah, a hard of hearing guitar player,
and you got to work on this one.
Yeah, so we'd have an interpreter. He's also fashioned this machine where he can speak into a microphone, or we speak into a microphone and he can read what we're saying, and it was really cool.
Wow.
Yeah, super techie. I'll send you the link, but Miles DeBastian.
I don't know if I've ever done anything that cool, and that's just one project.
I mean, I didn't do anything. I just hung out with him. He's the cool one, you know?
Right. I mean, you said the same thing when I left the Decemberists recording session, I'm sure.
I was like, that was the coolest wormhole I've ever heard, man. That guy, Mike Squires, is shredder.
He really holed the worm. God, really gets under my craw that all music shunned me.
Yeah.
So what about the educational aspect? Did you say that this is all like this doesn't show up on your Wikipedia page, I don't think. Or if it did.
No. I mean, again, it's just kind of something that, like most things in my life, they just fall into your lap and you're like, all right, let's try that out for a while. So this whole foundation, again, Sandy had a vision for it. And then when he passed away, it really took flight, you know? So, and it's just been over the last year, honestly, that I've been chipping away at it and working on it. So in conjunction with producing records still, and still performing and playing music too. Yeah.
Is it also a recording school because you said you were teaching recording to youth?
Yeah. So we do like a 101 level class, which is like a beginning to recording. And then we do, because of being limited in our technology, you know, being on Zoom classes, we're doing a lot of courses that are sort of around like helping kids buff out their home recording system too, you know, so right. Analyzing what they have. But it's there's a learning curve, you know. We're like piloting a lot of these classes, and we just did our first recording 101 class and realized that, you know, you can do share screen on Zoom, you can show real time how you're making moves on a compressor level, for example, and it totally relates and it works. So it's been really cool.
And it interfaces with Zoom just fine. Like if you have cams on, you can hear it all right. Yeah.
Yep. You can't, you know, real time recording. There's obviously latency issues right. on Zoom, as we know, or most of us know. And so we don't do that. We just kind of show like EQ. You know, you can spend an entire day on EQ. You can spend an entire day on compression. You can spend an entire day on effects. And we just kind of like get kids into thinking about different ways to record and multi-tracking and the concept of multi-tracking. Kind of realizing a lot of these kids, I mean, some of them are more sophisticated in their progress than others, but some of them are just like doing one take and they're not editing and they don't do any effects. And they're just like, oh,
I gotta say, I like that.
Yeah, I do. Honestly, I do too. I'm always like, check out this 4-track, dudes. Like, don't forget about this thing. It's called a cassette. Yeah.
But, is that how you started recording? This is quickly turning into a recording podcast. That's okay.
I know. That's all right. I would assume if you like guitar, you like recording too. I did. Yeah. 4-track cassette was the first, my first advent. Actually, that's not true. I was probably making something more like a pause tape, you know, like in hip hop, like, I didn't even know what a pause tape was, but just using like a regular cassette recorder and then doing like the poor man's 4-track, you know, like having your buddy over your shoulder and you're recording at the same time, and then like trying to make loops with a boombox, and then like, you know, recording on the boombox, you know. That was really the first
thing. I thought the more I've talked to people, the more I realize I wasn't all that clever, and that a lot of people did that. I made a really terrible recording of me doing Fade to Black by Metallica. And I was so excited, man. I took it to school and showed my friends, and nobody knew what it was. I was like, you guys are obviously idiots.
They're like, what is this vocal and drum performance thing with the Casio tango function happening and Mike's howling something away?
Did I hear? I feel like did you live down south? What is that? What's the town where I went and saw the Grateful Dead in the 90s? The
Eugene.
college town. Did you live in Eugene?
I did, yeah.
You
that
did?
was my first foray into Oregon, actually. That was my
Okay,
portal.
so I am remembering this correctly. And you knew Jim Kelso there.
I did. Yep.
My dear friend
I
Jim
still know him.
Kelso.
That's right.
And I swear he told me that you were a hip-hop promoter, or you promoted some hip-hop shows. Is that true?
I wasn't a promoter. I was get ready for it, a manager. So personal manager to some hip hop acts in living when I moved to Portland in the late 90s. So right when I met you in that Decemberists recording, which was the album called Picaresque, that's right when I was quitting doing that. But yeah, I managed some. I always was like, I just wanted to be involved in music, and I didn't ever think I could make a living like performing or recording or anything like that for some reason. And because it's hard and there's a lot of luck involved.
Right.
So I was always working as a, booking like a club or booking agent, or I would just like fake it till you make it. Like someone would be like, "Can you book a tour?" I'd be like, "Yep, I can book a tour. Yep, I totally know how to do it." Like CMJ to college touring, I got this. But eventually I did start working at a booking agency here in Portland, and that did like a lot of regional acts that would play kind of more of the West Coast and whatnot, and kind of was sort of like a jam band focused agency. And I really liked hip hop, and I was like, can we get if I get a hip hop act, can we book a hip hop act? And they're like, sure. So the first hip hop group I got was the COUP from Oakland.
Oh yeah.
And that was no small score. They're like Boots Riley is legit. He made that movie Sorry to Bother You that got a lot of attention a couple years ago. So I worked with Boots, and then like once you get like one pretty okay hip hop act, you can start getting other hip hop acts. So eventually worked with some stuff on Quantum projects out of the Bay, like Lyrics Born of Latyrix.
Rad.
And the Lifesavers from Portland, and then
I still have my Lifesavers record.
Yeah, man. So so I did that for a while, but it was funny because like speaking of CMJ, like I remember seeing the Decemberists charting on CMJ and like the Lifesavers charting on CMJ, and I was like, oh shit, I got to make a decision. Like, do I actually want to get in the van,
right,
and go tour and be in a band, which has always been the dream, or do I want to focus on management? So I focused on my band.
How much? So there wasn't a ton of. I mean, there was a couple of years, right? How many records in were you guys at that point? 3? 2?
Like when things started to kind of happen, you mean? Or
yeah, when you decided,
yeah,
all right, I'm gonna step away from managing.
Yeah, we had made so there's an EP, and then I wasn't officially in the band yet. I was hired to play pedal steel on that. And then the second album, the first full-length record, the same. Like I came in to play pedal steel, and then I'd heard the songs, and I was like, "These are great." I went and saw the band play. I was like, "These are great. Can I be in the band?" And they're like, "Great, sure. You want to play for 10 people at the White Eagle in Portland, Oregon, or the Mad Hatter Lounge? Come on, man." But so we had those 2 records, and then Colin had met Slim Moon, owner of Kill Rock Stars, at that time, and actually, again, he is the president, which I think is super cool. At like a zine symposium or something, Colin played solo, and Slim was like, "Your shit's great," and he kept kind of blowing Colin up. And Colin and I were living together at that time, and I was like, "Just ask him for a deal, man. Just do it." And he said, "Well, yeah, of course." So,
wow,
off we went. And that record that you played on was our. No, that was not. That was our second record for Kill Rock Stars. I misspoke. But yeah, so that was like 2000. God, what was it? 2003 or something.
Yeah, 3 or 4.
It really started. Yeah,
because I was living in Portland.
Yep, and we just kind of hit the road from there, and never looked back. We were very, very blessed starting off too. I don't know. It was like the beginning of file sharing, this thing called file sharing, and burning CDs for your friends and things. And I remember, it's like Salt Lake City, like having 100 people at the gig, which was a sellout, and being like, how, this is our first time here. Like, how do you guys know? Like, just asking people, and everybody like always was just like, oh, someone burned me a record, someone gave me a CD. So that shit worked very much in our favor, during that period of time. So we were lucky.
It's funny how file sharing got such a bad rap. And I guess for established artists, it was, right? Because
it was the beginning of what we have now,
right.
But then I felt like it was like more like mixtape style, it was like, check this band out,
right.
Here's a CD of this band I dig, and that's cool.
Don't you think that it's ironic that I'm a Metallica fan, and what's more, I saw Some Kind of Monster at the, what is the theater? What is the Dollar Theater? It's probably not a dollar anymore. Right there on Burnside.
Oh, the Laurelhurst. Or Laurelhurst.
Laurelhurst, yeah.
Laurelhurst, yeah.
The Laurelhurst Theater. I saw it there with Roderick, actually. And then I went back and saw it 2 more times, and I've probably seen that movie 20 times now.
It's so great, man. I love that movie.
They're so vulnerable. They look so foolish. But I think that it's ironic that Lars was the sort of the mouthpiece for artists' rights when tape trading was the reason they blew up.
Yeah, they're kind of the Grateful Dead of the thrash scene, honestly. Like you got to hear how good they were live. You're totally correct. And that's just that kind of shit, you're just afraid and no one's taking charge, no one from the recording, the labels are all scrambling and suing people, and they're not supporting their artists, saying like, here's a clear path. That might sound familiar right now. No one's leading, saying like, here's a safe path through the woods,
right,
from educated people. And what we're going to do is, instead of embrace new technology, we're going to intimidate. And, as a result, Spotify did it for everyone else. And, labels could have led and got ahead of that shit. Frank Zappa talked about that years ago, how we're going to listen to records one day. He was completely correct. And nobody listened to him, It's just a bunch of unimaginative people, like talented people at record labels that know how to sign artists, but like in terms of technology and staying out ahead of the curve and looking at digital trends, they weren't able to do it. And I'm not saying I could have done a better job, but so I don't blame Lars for being pissed off watching his royalties shrink.
Right.
I assume he's doing fine.
I'll bet he, if judging by his art auction,
I was going to say
prices,
his paintings, yeah.
Yeah. I think he did okay for himself.
He did.
Yeah.
Those stadiums look pretty full.
We toured with them.
Oh, wow.
Can you
really?
fucking believe? Yeah, it was incredible. Actually, Red Fang was there.
Holy shit. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Off the record, I'll tell you a great story.
Oh, wow.
They may have told you. I actually retold the story. Aaron made me tell the story to him once because it involved him quite a bit. It was like one of the single greatest moments of my life, but I won't tell it on record because it's unfair, and also I don't want to get sued.
Got it.
Also, I like to have a show, so
yeah, right, got it.
But yeah, we did this thing called Soundwave. And it was like, Metallica and Slayer and Anthrax and all these bands. Ghost was there, Loaded was there, Red Fang was there. It was so fun.
Was that the festival they curated? Is that one, or is that more
that
like
was the Orion festival? Yeah,
Orion. Okay, that's right. Yeah.
And I think Red Fang also played that one.
They did. Yeah. Those bills are always so amazing. I feel like that hasn't happened here. Like Coachella, like carbon copied Europe, but like and maybe I'm just not thinking of what they are, but like the big metal festivals just don't happen here. It's a bummer. Like a good German style metal festival. Or a
Have
Dutch
you been to one?
festival.
I know that What I love about you is you play in one of the most celebrated indie rock bands, and you play mandolin and pedal steel and acoustic guitar and electric guitar and fucking all these other Americana-oriented sort of traditional instruments, but you are a metalhead.
Yeah, I like the heavy stuff. I'm just a music head, just like you. You know, like you do music long enough, you're gonna. There's certain bands and things I think if you're really, you know, it's not a matter if you like them, you're going to eventually like them and kind of binge out or, you know, like really deep dive or there's people that are like that. I sense you're like that also.
I am indeed.
Yeah. Yeah. But no, I've not been to a European metal festival. That's a good goal to like get that when this shit's all cleared up is to check that off the box.
It's
because I'd fucking love it.
Great.
I actually, for a period of time when I was going to bed, I would watch, I don't know why, I was kind of only watching Slipknot live from various European music festivals because I just kind of got fascinated with them for a while too.
It's insane, dude.
And then started watching other, like just, it's other European metal festivals and watching like Immortal or Behemoth or, you know, just like to go to bed to, you know, It's really funny. There's something like comforting about it.
You know, here's the thing about those guys. They, you know, all these mall kids in the late 90s started wearing their shirts and I was just like, more post-rap metal that that I'm not going to be interested in, and I just wrote it off without ever hearing it. But they really grabbed the baton from Pantera and sallied forth with the extreme metal. It's not as groovy, but it is fucking great. Don't you agree?
Are you talking about Slipknot in particular?
Yes.
Oh yeah. I think they're amazing. I mean, what's not to love about theater and music, right? Which is like so much a part of it. And there's so many great things and like fascinating performances, kind of like fascinating and tragic behind the scenes. It's like all the theater you want out of a band. You know, there's lots of stories. There's lots of fucked up shit. There's death.
Right.
It's kind of like perfect. There's great costumes, you know, but Thunder, you know, they're a band that's like, people think like, oh, that's like pedestrian. That's like, you know, that's like mainstream, but I'm like, there's some good shit in there, man.
It is absolutely.
They put on like the energy of that show, man. It's like, that's the thing that's like compelling about that footage of like watching them from like, I don't know, like Download or whatever the fuck they're playing. It's insane, like that, seeing that kind of energy, you know, like, and I like, I'm always like trying to get back to that as I get older, I think too, like the young energy of seeing concerts or something. The only time I've like experienced that is like that kind of fever, not like the Slipknot, like it's framed in a different way, was when I took my daughter to see Billie Eilish and I was like up on the side in some like promoter seats and just watching like 10,000 girls in the GA like push forward. It was like the fucking Beatles were coming, you know, it's like, that to me is like the same energy in a live concert you want. It felt like watching Slipknot. It was like, these people are just like, everybody's fucking all in and the performers are all in. Like, this is the only thing that matters right now. You know, I'm fucking addicted to finding that again.
I have been on a Slipknot stage and it is intense. Like the stage.
There's shit flying around. There's like cranes with drums everywhere and
there
shit.
There are treadmills on the stage, like Michael Jackson style or whatever. You know, like you think about like the boy bands that had, you know, they had moving sidewalks basically.
Yeah.
You know, and they are, I don't know. It's intense.
It's getting launched everywhere. So I picture that. I've never seen the treadmills, but. Man,
it's crazy.
You know, it's just about being in those bands that just deliver, and every show is going to be 100%. And I don't know, it doesn't matter what genre that is. You know, that's just like connecting with the audience, compelling music, good songs. It doesn't matter what the genre is. You know,
right. I never, you know, I used to think that I liked the idea of black metal. And then
Yeah.
I watched a couple of those documentaries and realized like how kind of like gnarly and fucked up a lot of those folks were. Because you're like, yeah, man, these guys are real, but then you kind of say it with a half. But really, the music doesn't have any groove, and for me, you know, it's gotta.
I agree.
Yeah, the recordings they often talk about how, oh well, it's intentionally really unpleasant and this and that, and I guess that's an artistic choice, but fuck, man,
yeah,
it just sounds terrible.
Yeah, I mean, there's like, you know, Venom's second record or whatever I think is really cool, and then like I don't know if Immortal's like considered black metal. It's probably maybe not. I just think he's an entertaining person because he embraces the theater, you know.
Yeah.
Same with Behemoth, you know, just like totally beautiful theater. And that guy is like I'm blanking on his name, the singer. He's just like a awesome dude, you know. He's just like not an asshole. So there's a fascination though with the black metal scene, because when it came out, you couldn't like research it on the internet. You couldn't see behind the scenes, so it had this like mystique, you know. And that's why I think
burning down churches and shit.
Yeah, and like suicides, and you're just like, what the fuck is going on? And then you like now you get to like actually see it and hear people unpack it, and you're like, oh, this is like super demented and dark. Not very cool, actually. Yeah, and not theater.
Right. Yeah. We met the Dimmu Borgir guys at a festival, and we met them when they didn't have their makeup on and stuff, and we're just kind of rapping with them. And really nice guys, and they told us their names, and then you know, wow. And then we were all sort of like, there was a portraitist at the, you know, everyone got their portrait taken at this festival.
Oh wow!
And we ended up in line to get our portraits taken outside. You know how it is. There's like giant circus tents, and then everyone's got a room, and one of the rooms inside of there was the portrait room, and we were in line next to them, and one of our, do you know Ryan Moore, Go Time? He's a Portland guy. He's a drummer.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Go Time he's my guy. You know, I gave him that nickname, Go Time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice. Awesome. Yeah.
So Go Time was there, and he was documenting everything, filming everything. Just everything. Nice. Everything. And these guys, maybe they told us their names then, but they were all made up at that point, and then they realized that the camera was on them, and they were so bummed because their real name's like Jeff or something, you know.
Right.
And he's like, oh, my name is Darth Gargamel or whatever. It's just like, fuck. But really nice guys.
Yeah, I think that's what's appealing, is to like admit that what, you know, at some point what you're doing is it is theater, and it is, you know, embrace it, you know. But I mean, it's always the thing, like starting with Kiss, like seeing them without their makeup on. I also like that too. Like, you're not going to see them without their makeup, or like seeing Slipknot without their shit on, you know? It's like, that is the fun of it. And that's what the internet has spoiled, you know? It's like, we have too much information, but I also love deep diving shit and having that access to that information now, you know? It's like, I want to see someone's pedal board from the 70s. Like, I can kind of see it, you know?
Right.
I want to
you can see a David Gilmour pedal board.
That's right.
Well,
100%.
When did you start playing music?
I started playing music, I think I was in 4th grade. So my parents were really supportive of music and very much into music. My dad was like a tenor, like a kind of could sing. You know, he was supposed to go to like Juilliard, but he grew up in the Midwest, and the farm fell apart, so he didn't get to like actualize his scholarship to go to Juilliard. So as a result, he sang in church. And so I grew up around my family going to like church choir, like listening to them to church choir rehearsals. My mom played like, you know, Reader's Digest piano shit, like Lawrence Welk, corny shit. But but what was cool about it is that music was always around you. You know, you're like beginning to like understand like counterpoint and kind of shit from, I was like, oh, I know what that is, you know, from my mom playing whatever the fucking lame show tune she was playing or something on the piano. So they encouraged me to start young, and they were really supportive about and kind of pushed it, you know, like high school band. So I was a total band nerd, played saxophone in high school band. My high school band was very competitive. And eventually, I loved rock music and popular music, and I wanted to play guitar, and kind of like figured out if I played guitar in the B jazz band and played saxophone in the A jazz band, that my dad would buy me a guitar. And that was it was over. That was kind of the beginning of playing guitar and starting to play rock music and write music and stuff like that in high school. So,
have you stayed up on your sax chops?
You know what? I have not, but on the last tour with the Decemberists, because there is a sax solo on a song, this song called "We All Die Young," that I got a saxophone and then
it's not called "You Belong to This." We belong to the city.
We belong to the city. It's a quarter flash song called no, but so no, I haven't.
Portland
reference.
But
it's fun. Yeah, man, it's fun to play it. But the saxophone doesn't really call me for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah.
That's too bad. I mean, I would have had a pretty tight proposal for you, but
I mean, I have a tenor, but it's I'll say when I brought it out with the Decemberists, there was a little bit of comedy involved. I'll say that was my role. That gave me permission to do it on stage.
That did you have put on clown shoes or?
Just like the mindset, like for these few bars, I'm going to play the saxophone. It was more like a Nick Offerman kind of mindset of like saxophonery,
Right. Saxophone.
I'm going to take my retainer out, put it over here. No offense to all you sax players, but I can say that because I played sax for a long time.
Where in the Midwest?
I grew up in Indiana, so kind of like the New Jersey to your New York, so really close to Chicago, about 50 miles out of Chicago, in a town called Valparaiso. And so it's kind of like up near Gary and Hammond and all that, kind of the unpleasant side of Chicago. And so as a result, grew up in the city all the time, hearing music, growing up and going into hear music obsessively and exploit the city for musical adventure at a very young age.
So you were an hour or less away, is that right?
Yeah. Yep.
So that's where you'd go see concerts. That's how I grew up, like that far out of Seattle.
Yep. Yeah.
So that's where I'd go see Motley Crue.
Yeah. There you go. See the Crew. I grew up going to the Cabaret Metro or the Metro, and I'm sure you've played there.
I have played
and that there. That was like my jam, because I'd go see the Cubs in the afternoon and then walk across the street and see a concert at night, and I would just buy tickets to concerts. I had no idea what I was seeing half the time, and as a result, saw a ton of good music. And there was also this all-ages dance club called Medusa's, which was so unusual, and it was such a right place at the right time thing, because it was like Chicago House was totally happening, Acid House was happening there. And then also in Medusa's, they had this room where they would have concerts also. So
in Chicago was huge
industrial
for
music was happening
right?
there. Yeah, big. But this is like the confluence of like, ministries happening. Wax Trax is fully in full effect. Al Jorgensen would be up there spinning records. I probably didn't, I didn't even know who he was, So it was just around a ton of industrial music also. Like Revolting Cocks, like you fucking name it, man. Lard, and then just seeing like a ton of Chicago punk rock too, as a result. There's a band called Naked Ray Gun. I probably saw them play 40 times, But it was weird. You'd go see Naked Ray Gun, then walk down the street to Medusa's, and you'd go dance to house with like house people. It's such a cool city in that way. And there was also like a super vibrant jazz scene in Chicago too. That's just like, everybody's kind of listening to everything there, and then obviously blues music, which is omnipresent there. So it was such a rad time to be growing up there, and kind of just like not thinking about what the genre was. It was like, no, this is just like the music that's happening around you.
We're just enjoying music.
Place.
I'd like to share with you
go ahead.
A quick story, because you mentioned Wrigley and the Metro, and this is my one good Chicago story.
Okay.
This is my one good baseball-oriented story that I can share with you.
Okay.
On tour with Harvey Danger, And with the entire band as my witness, this happened. We get a hold of the promoter. Hey, can you get us some tickets to the baseball game? Yes, we can do that. Day game, we see the big guy crank one out of the park. It's 2,000, that was cool. But and I'd seen games in a lot of different parks. I'm not a huge baseball guy, but I like to go to a game. It's fun, right? But I've been to the Kingdome and then the new park, and I've been to Oakland, San Diego. Where else have I've been to a bunch of places. So here we are at Wrigley, and it's great, and it's it's just the way it's built. It's so like the pitch of the stands is so wide, and
yeah, man.
But there's something that feels unusual to me, and I recognize it eventually, and I said, "Oh, it's not just that. Here's the field; just feels right there. We had good seats, but it felt so close." And I noticed, like, between innings, there was no security on the field, and I said something. I was like, "You guys, this is so weird. Like, there's no, like, they don't even bother bringing security out on the field. That's crazy." And this guy, this like really stereotypically Chicago guy, turns around, and he's like, "Where are you from?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm from Seattle." Meanwhile, they're playing Flagpole Sitta in the PA, and we're up on the screen, and I'm just like, "Oh, we're from Seattle." And the guy sort of like, he actually says, "We don't need security here because we're not a fucking expansion team. We respect we're a real baseball city, and we respect the sport." And I was like, "Well, okay." The very next changeover, a fucking guy jumps over the fence, runs out onto the field, completely, I swear to God, buck naked, out onto the mound, and helicopters his ding-a-ling.
Oh my God.
And oh
my God.
It was perfect.
Yeah.
We all loved it very much, and he very much hated that happened. It almost seemed as if we set it up. It couldn't have been more perfect. It was fucking incredible, man.
That's amazing.
And then we played
those days are gone, but that's incredible, man.
Yeah, they got Homeland Security down there on the field now.
Yeah, that whole area is, it's a whole different discussion. It's a sports discussion, but it's those days of the Cubs are gone. It comes with winning,
right,
making money, and some staunch Republicans in control. But that's amazing. Yeah, I mean, we used to fucking jump the turnstile in center field and go in the bleachers. There was like a fucking turnstile with like no one there because the tickets were $5. Right. It was like you could just cut class and drive up and go see a game. It was awesome. It's still awesome. I love Wrigley Field. I love the team. Do not love the owners, and I'm pissed that they got rid of Joe Madden, who was our coach for a long time. But that's also Moneyball.
That's your team. Still, that's
my team. Yep, that is my team.
Do you go see the Timbers? Is that the name of the baseball team?
Our team. No, we don't have baseball here. We have soccer, and that's the Timbers.
Isn't there a baseball park right in?
There is,
but no baseball gets played there.
There used to. I mean, there was famously the Portland Mavericks, which was a documentary about the Portland Mavericks that Kurt Russell's dad, owned that team, and it used to be a baseball park, but now the Timbers have taken that over, so it's a soccer field now. Huh. So we don't have any minor league. We have the Hops, which is a AAA team, and that's out in Hillsboro. And then they're trying to bring it here, but it's bringing baseball to a city is a big deal. You got to deal with a lot of finances, and you question like, hey, do we need to spend more money on that kind of shit? Right now, there's a lot of other crises going on.
Right.
And of course, we have the Portland Trail Blazers, and we've got.
Do you get down with that though?
I love the Blazers. Yeah. Baseball is not my basketball's not my my number one, but it's hard to not like the Timbers or the Jesus Christ, the Blazers, man, because we've got some cool players. Actually, Damian Lillard, who's our he's our star player, he records at my studio quite a bit.
Oh, that's amazing.
MC. Yeah, so.
Do you guys ever play at sporting events? You guys ever do one of that? I mean, I know it's not exactly like party music, but.
Yeah, no, Decemberists do not. We have not played at sporting events. Colin, our singer, he's a rabid Blazers fan. He's got Blazers fever, and
they should have him sing the goddamn national anthem. Would he do it?
Surprised if he has. Yeah, I'm sure he would. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure he would, but maybe he loves the Blazers. We digress. Welcome to Sports Channel 650.
Yeah. Welcome to
the Blaze.
Couch Riffs.
Couch Riffs.
We really let the riffraff in on this one. Jesus, how low can we go with these puns? We're uncle age. We can go very deep.
Totally. Oh, thank you for saying that. Uncle age, yes.
Right. So when did you leave the Midwest for Eugene?
I think it was 1994. Yeah, 1994, and I left. I quit school, quit college, didn't finish. Moved back to my hometown. I got this gig working at a folk music shop, which was actually like a game changer for me. It's called Front Porch Music in Valparaiso, Indiana.
Is it still there?
And it's still fucking there, man. It's awesome. It was
is Valparaiso the kind is spelled like if I was at Valparaiso in, say, Mexico, I would pronounce it Valparaiso.
Yes, as a matter of,
Who settled that town?
Correct. I don't know, but Orville Redenbacher lived there for a while, so we have some corn royalty going on.
Wow.
But I don't think Orville Redenbacher sailed it. I think it was I think there's a Valparaiso chili, there's Chile because we're from the Midwest, but like Chile, the country, and
I've been to Valparaiso in Chile.
I don't know the origin. You've been there?
Yeah,
Valparaiso, Chile.
One of the best days of my life was there.
Wow. Were you on tour?
I was on tour, and we rented motorcycles and did this epic. It was a day off. So, yeah, we rented motorcycles and did this epic day cruise. And Valparaiso is down on the coast, is right on the coast. It's on the water. And they had a terrible fire 6-7 years ago.
Oh, really? Like the whole town caught fire or something?
Yeah. I'm probably fucking some of the details up, but that's how I remember the story. But we had a wonderful time there.
I've never been, but my Valparaiso, I don't suspect looks like that Valparaiso. But
not a lot of waterfront in Indiana.
No, there is like Michigan, but it is not right there. But yeah, I was working at this folk music shop, had a great time there. That's where I really kind of like honed in. I was like running the shop. In any instrument shop, there's like lag time. So you're like, okay, there's a banjo. I'm going to learn to play the fucking banjo, and I'm going to learn to play the mandolin. I'm going to learn to play the dobro, and that's really where I started to like deep dive folk music and have an understanding of folk music. And there was also a performance space in the basement, and we had like a lot of like the singer-songwriters out of like the Boston circuit of the Northeast come, and kind of like a lot of like famous folkies come through, which was really cool. So yeah, that was badass. And then I just had Wanderlust, and I had it in my head that I was like, I'm going to move to fucking Oregon, like the Midwestern Chris Funk. He's going to fucking mountain bike, and he's going to drink microbrew, and he's going to get fit. And what I did was move to Eugene, and I showed up there, and like, I thought Eugene was more like Boulder, Colorado or something. It was more groovy. But it was actually
No.
like it was really dark. You know, it was like there was a lot of people shooting dope. Like Earth First was in full swing. There's like face tattoos. There's like brown rice, nutritional yeast flying around that and shit. And I just was like, what the fuck? Where did I move to? You know, this is crazy.
It's a pretty extreme place. And back then, you could definitely have gotten stabbed on the street.
100%. Yeah. And I moved to the Whitaker neighborhood, which was like another moment that was like one of the greatest things in my life. And met a ton of cool people and ended up just playing a ton of music there. And worked at this bar there called Sam Bond's Garage, which is a music bar. And
yeah, I played there.
And yeah, so that was like my hub, you know, it was my community. And that was like, it was really good for me just to kind of like go somewhere. Eugene like works on fucking trade, you know, it's like a barter system. Like I made no money there and like drank more beer and ate more good food and played more music than any time in my life.
You were never in want for a thing.
Never in want, man. It was like hippie, punk rocky, kind of like anarchist, utopia. And it was great.
Is Yob from there?
Yob is from there. They are from there. Yep. And they still live there. Or at least Mike does. Mike Scheidt. Yeah. Yep. And but I didn't really know of Yob until I came to Portland. They might not have been a thing until I got up here.
I saw Yob play at the Reel 'Em In.
Oh my God. Are you kidding me?
No, I am not. I saw Yob play the Reel 'Em In. I ate some fried chicken and JoJo's and sat down.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Wow. It was probably loud as I'll get out because the place is tiny. The place is right up the street from my house.
Yeah, it was crushing.
They're so good. Yeah, eventually just like missed the bigger city. So in 1998, moved to Portland and came up here and left behind a lot of good friends in Eugene. A lot of good community there, a lot of good vibes, but glad I came up here. And, you know, 1999 in Portland was super easy to live here. You know, as you know, the Pacific Northwest was a different place then. And
well, 1998, great 99, Portland was on the verge of exploding, right?
I mean, that's not how I would describe it, but
that's probably not how it felt.
What do you mean, like musically or something? Or?
Well, just it was on the verge of being of growing, of a quick growth, and a lot of facelift.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm trying to think like I mean, God, things moved quickly after that, but yeah, you're totally right, and you've got more perspective being a person of Seattle areas. So,
but I always spent a lot of time in Portland because I had friends and I would drive down there and play shows. I mean, I remember the first time I played, what was the place? It's no longer there. It was on the downtown side, just off of Burnside.
Oh, Burbody's Pan?
No.
X-Ray Cafe?
It was the dirty version of all those things.
Ash Street Saloon?
Other side of Burnside.
Oh, EJ's?
Satyricon. Yeah.
I could name them all.
Yeah. I played Satyricon in like 95 maybe. And and I remember I was playing with do you remember Mark Olson? Not Mark Olson from American Music Club, but Mark Olson from Sage.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I love Mark.
I played with Mark for a little while. He fired me. And I was like, I think it might have been my first out-of-town show even, other than playing like hippie festivals up in the mountains or something, you know? And I was like, what are you going to do? And he's like, well, I think I'm going to go to the bookstore. And so I was like, yeah, man, I'm going to go to the bookstore too. So I walked to the bookstore, which was, of course, 8 or 10 blocks up Burnside from Satyricon. I got back and the door guy was like, what the fuck are you doing, man? I was like, I just walked to the bookstore. Like, like I was flaunting it, like I know how to read. And he goes, you should, don't walk around Burnside at night.
Right. Yeah. For real.
Because it was.
I mean, that area struggles still, but it's back then, man. Yeah, it was the Pearl, which is like posh now. All that shit was.
The Pearl was a great place to cop dope and get stabbed.
100%. Yeah, 100%.
Now
I actually.
You picked out your fancy paint colors there, huh?
That's right. Yeah, the Pearl is posh. But yeah, when I first moved here, I got a gig booking Satyricon. I was the booking person at Satyricon for probably a sum total of 3 months.
Really? I wonder if you booked my band, Nevada Bachelors. We played there with someone, and boy, we really had some times.
I don't remember, but that place was. I mean, I saw amazing shows there, but to be on the other side of that and trying to run it, like George, who owned the place, man, he was a fucking great dude. But he wanted to turn it around and make it like a dance club, and he was trying to rebrand Satyricon because it was starting to, its days were numbered at that point for whatever reason.
Right.
So I lasted about 2 or 3 months. I was like, I gotta get out of here. This is too nuts. But
so you always had through all this time where you had these behind the scenes gigs, where you're like, well, I better have a safe gig, working at a music store, booking, managing. You were also playing in bands. Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, always. Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, always trying to do anything to be around music, and kind of be around live music, I have to say. It wasn't more like, I want to go be a studio rat. It was more like, I want to learn to do monitors, or I want to learn to, I don't know, just do anything. Book the shows, or I want to go on the road. I wanted to go on the road so bad, I wanted to get a crew gig and go on the road.
Me too. Let me ask you this. Because of did you actually run monitors for any bands?
I did. I did monitors at the Wow Hall in Eugene for a while.
Wow.
And I wasn't very good at it. No.
Because of your experience, that was a part one of a 2-part question.
Okay.
I got the sense that you were a shitty monitor person by the way you talked about it.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you have a sympathetic perspective for monitor people, or are you still hard on them?
No, I totally sympathetic, and just in my band, watching my band go through the drills with a monitor engineer, and fortunately we're at a level, you've got a quality monitor engineer and you've got recall happening, so it's pretty easy to do monitors on these sophisticated computers now that we call monitor desks, but yeah, fuck yeah, it's what a stressful fucking thing, the 2 gigs that put me under is I'm not gonna be a monitor engineer was the Bad Livers, and then also Wilco.
You did monitors for Wilco?
Yeah, this was during their Being There tour, and they did not have a monitor person. And
that's by the way, that's my favorite record of theirs.
So good. I was so excited to see them. Growing up around Chicago is they're fucking kings. And it's funny. There's actually a board recording of it because we would tape shows. Eugene's hippie taper town, man. So they have recorded. They document all these shows, and there's a recording of it. And you can just finally, my friend who was at front of house, who was helping their front of house guy, had to come back and be like, dude, this guy's gonna fucking kill you. Jeff Tweedy's gonna fucking kill you. It was just howling. I just could not figure out the frequency. I had no training. I had no business doing that. And the Bad Livers one. Holy shit, Danny Barnes. He's a bad motherfucker, man. That guy, he's got he looks like he's in the fucking military. He's got a crew cut and shit. And no joke, he was finally motioned to me, come here. He's like, just turn the fucking monitors off. And I was like, ah. And I got the fuck out. I shut him off and I fucking left.
You left?
Fuck that guy. But he's totally right, man. I should have known what I was fucking doing if I'm going to step into that position. But I was trying.
Who greenlit that scenario. That's more importantly, like,
Well,
I will be a fucking astronaut, but I just want you to know there's going to be, once we get out of the atmosphere, there's going to be some vomit, piss, and shit floating around.
Yeah. That's the thing. The Wow Hall, God bless it. I love the Wow Hall in Eugene. It's a community center, and they work on volunteerism, for some of the positions. So
Well, it's all
monitor
trade. I mean, you get a
engineer
bowl of quinoa and carrot juice afterwards.
yeah. Fucking safety brake and hit the binger. But the monitor position was always like a volunteer position in training, to do like front of house or whatever. And I was totally trained. I just was like, EQ curve, like what? I couldn't hear like 4K to like, 5K to save my life or something. So I removed myself quickly because I was like, oh, that's the band I like. I want to do monitors for that band. What a fucking idiot I was. Like, you don't want to put yourself in doing monitors for the bands you like,
Part 3 of the 2-part question.
Yeah.
Have you encountered these two? Surely you've encountered these two people since then.
Yeah.
In your life. Have you recapped that story to them?
Yep.
How'd that
Tweety
go?
didn't remember it.
Oh, that's good.
He just
he was
laughed.
still drinking.
Or pilling or whatever. Yeah, for sure. He didn't remember it. And then Danny Barnes totally remembered it. Yeah. And he was like, well, I guess I owe you an apology. And I was like, that's fine. Like, I owe you an apology, dude. Like, yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah, he totally remembered it. It was terrible. Of course he remembered it.
Do you ever have weird performance nightmares like that every once in a while? Because, this is how my life goes. I'll do music. I'll fucking throw myself in 120%. It's hard, right?
Yeah.
It's like there are a lot of uncertainties. Even when things are going great, you're like, hey, 15 minutes goes by pretty quick. Everyone knows it. I got to have my eyes, scanning the horizon.
Yeah.
And then, I'm always like, I gotta do something, I want to be at home, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm tired of these moving bunk beds.
Right.
And so, I still very much think about like, God, will I ever get to do, be, and in some ways doing this keeps me doing creative things, and doing the videos has been like life-changing for me. It's super fun, but
yeah, they're so great.
Very much I would love to be playing. And, but sometimes I have nightmares, and in these nightmares, I can't think of a very specific example, but let's just say, I'm in the long winters again, but in my nightmare, John calls and says, all right, listen, the tour starts tonight. Just, where it's at, and we won't rehearse, the songs. But then when I get there, it's all songs from a new record that I've never heard. And it's a number of different, like, it happens once every couple weeks. I have this nightmare.
John Roderick would never do that to you.
John Roderick would do that and much
dream.
Worse. That's like such an easy, as far as like nightmares you could have about John Roderick, that's a mild one.
Right. Low hanging fruit. God bless the child.
I love John, but
I love John very much. He's a very, very, very talented person. Very funny.
Yeah, very funny guy. Do you have any weird nightmares like that after experiences like that?
Not so much about performing. No, I think like tour cancellations, which my band has had many of for various reasons, are just like the real nightmares. So I think I've lived through like my band's nightmares, which are like when tours cancel or shit goes wrong. You know, we've had a lot of like hurdles that are no greater than any other band's hurdles, you know. So, not to say we got it the worst or anything like that, but we've had some doozies, you know, where it's like, wow, this is going to shift my life, you know, or the vibes are so low right now. So that's the shit where, you know, there's like a high level of buy-in, like being in a rock and roll, indie rock band, rock and roll band, whatever, and you start to have some success and you like start to buy into that lifestyle, and then in the blink of an eye, that shit can go away, you know, and that's that's when you're like living the fucking nightmare. Like something goes wrong, somebody dies, and thankfully no one's died in our band, but you know what I'm saying? Like, so I feel like I've like dreamt in real time like some of these things already. So now when my band goes and tours, if and we will go tour again, it feels like a really, like, because we've done such a long time, it's such a lucky place to be in, you know. So, but
I think when a band operates on a smaller level, you know, like if you all right, we have 28 gigs booked over the next 6 weeks, which is that'd be pretty easy tour, really.
Yeah,
I've toured,
yeah, totally.
You know, we have our van, maybe we have a trailer, we are renting rooms. It's easy. Maybe we have a front of house guy, maybe, and one stage hand, you know, like stage manager, whatever. When you scale up, the stakes are higher.
Stakes are it's fucking crazy.
People don't realize when you book a tour and you are in a bus and you've got a crew, maybe you've got 2 buses with the crew, all of a sudden you have insurance on the tour. You have insurance on the crew members, but also on the tour itself. Yeah,
on the tour. And a day off is you're just hemorrhaging money, you know. It's crazy. So to keep that going and to see that like swept away, or you know, it's brutal, you know, because you're already out there, all the shit's already rented. You don't want to fuck your crew over, you know. You want to pay them despite what's going on with your band, you know. So there's a lot of liability that goes into doing the rock and roll touring and getting those 2 hours to happen on stage every night. You know, it's funny. It's kind of stupid. I mean, I look at the spreadsheets, you know, when we get a tour booked, and the business management team, you know, gets it all ready to go. And I just look at the top number and look at the bottom number, and I'm like, what? Can we not do this? You know, I really only play the guitar and the fucking mandolin at this point. Like, I don't need all those other amps. Like, I'd rather just downsize it at this point and make more money, you know.
Right.
But there's so many reasons why that can't happen, you know. It's funny. The more you make, you more spend.
It's also pretty fun to have 4 or 5 different little tube amps on a stage behind you, and you're just
it is fun.
You're like, well, I've got my little Magnavox over here. I've got my little Princeton here.
Yep.
Right? What 100%. Do you got? What do you have back there?
What am I using on stage when I play? I've been using Benson amps. So Chris Benson from Portland. I use 2 of those. And one is for like the primary sound. The other one is for the 12-string guitar, the 12-string electric, because our band has a lot of those, a lot of songs with 12-string electric, and most of I'm not on in-ear monitors, but everybody else is, and the level is always just like totally erratic. And I was like, well, we've got all this crew, I'll just bring a 12-string guitar amp. And then I have a pedal steel amp that I'll use, and then I have a rotating like Con organ, like a Leslie speaker, basically, that Chris Benson made for me, that I use a Tiny Terror as the amp for that. I think that's it. And then, like, you know, a whole world of acoustic DIs, and then like a little miniature synth world. But in Guitar Land, it's like 4 amps. And sometimes I'll turn on, you know, click 2 Bensons on, or one will serve as the backup. So it's kind of nice to have that when shit goes wrong. But those amps sound great.
Let me ask you this. can you even possibly fucking imagine a scenario where you would take a 12-string guitar, acoustic or electric, on tour without a crew?
I've done it.
What?
I did it for many. I did it.
Really?
I did it.
Was it a nightmare?
It was a nightmare. I actually didn't have my own guitar guy for like a long time because I was like, I'll just do it, you know.
Right.
And yeah, it was a nightmare, you know, and because like there's a couple songs that use capos, and that's a whole rabbit hole to get a fucking inexpensive 12-string guitar that's been on the road in tune, you know, with any sort of accuracy. So
30 minutes before the gig, oh, hold on, let me just change the strings.
Oh, God, yeah. So I'm very thankful.
Did you have any? How many nightmare scenarios did you have there?
Every time there was a nightmare scenario with that thing. Yeah, that thing never stayed in tune. I finally leveled up the 12-string guitar too. That was part of the problem, but
right.
I was having like a slightly better guitar.
Here's a question for you. How many instruments had you gained experience on before you got your first pedal steel? And did you start with a lap steel?
Yeah, I started with a square neck dobro, which is the same thing as a lap steel, you know, the acoustic version. And that's really what I enjoy playing kind of the most out of all the stringed instruments. Like I feel most proficient on it and most comfortable.
On a dobro?
6-string. Yeah. Or a lap steel, yeah.
I just got my first one.
Lap steel?
Yeah.
Nice. What'd you get?
I don't know. I'll take a picture of it. I mean, it was like the body is coming apart.
Yeah, they're all fucking planks of wood with a pickup
it's janky.
On it. It's hilarious.
It's not gonna. Yeah, I thought about making one. Actually, when I lived in Portland, I bought a book, How to Make a Lap Steel, and I never did it.
Oh wow. Well, it's a plank of wood with some strings and
it's
a pickup.
It's basically a 6-string like
and a high nut
diddly bow.
Yeah. But that gave me like using finger picks, you know, using like Scruggs style banjo picks along with a slide, really starting on the lap steel. That was like how you get that thing down, right? So no frets and using your hands to fret with, you know, with using the bar.
Yeah.
And then also using like finger picks, which is a different vibe if you want to play that kind of pedal steel or play like sort of bluegrass dobro or.
You think that's necessary for this? You think I should get myself some finger picks?
I think it's cool to try because you can. I don't think it's necessary at all. I mean, there's lots of people that play flat pick. There's people that just play with naked fingers and they finger pick. What I think it does, it gives, for me, it's like you can play faster. That's it. So you can, once you're learning, like ostensibly you're learning banjo rolls, you know, and you get some of those banjo rolls down and you can get like, not that you have to play like, you know, triplets super fast on the lap steel, but you kind of just get like more proficient, in my opinion, and can play more ideas. So,
you know what I wish you would do?
What's that?
I wish you would send me a link to the finger picks I should buy.
I will.
Do you ever go, I mean, you say that's the instrument that you feel most proficient. I know a lot of people who are like mega shredders and still go to YouTube to look at stuff like, hey, let's see what's going on in the world of shred, and they'll go to learn stuff.
Yeah.
Do you ever do that?
No. I don't actually. I feel like I've not been playing pedal steel or let me say this. I feel like all the instruments I have, I feel like at this point I've stopped like trying to get better at them and I'm just using them for whatever the song they serve, you know what I mean? And that doesn't mean I don't like jamming with people or whatever. I do, but it's kind of like it's not really about the technical proficiency at this point. It's more I should, because it's fun to learn new licks and stuff. You know, I love that. But it's more about like creating new songs and like what's the palette of the song call for.
Right.
And then we'll plug in my mediocre pedal steel playing at that point and then be like, God, I should really play this more.
You put any pedal steel on any of that Red Fang?
No, but there's definitely been there's been lap steel over the years on there. went on the. This is my third record I produced for them, and I'm trying to think where there was pedal steel or lap steel. And I think David, who's the other guitar player, or one of the guitar players, played my lap steel on something.
Oh, nice. I had a pedal steel for a short while. I was very excited about it. I think I bought it in Portland even. It was like a little suitcase student model. It was like 3 pedals and 2 bars.
Okay.
1 deck, right? And I just thought, because I had a volume pedal and a reverb pedal, and I was playing my telly through that thing, and I was, I could do the 2 bends with a volume swell, and I was like, I got this shit. And then it was a very frustrating instrument to try and wrap your head around.
It's fucking crazy. It's one of the more complex instruments. So yeah, because the dobro or the lap steel, you've got an open tuning, right? And I play it pretty much in bluegrass tuning, which is open G. So it's GBD, GBD. So it's the same 2 triads stacked on top of each other. And then when I'm trying to fake my way through John Fahey, I'll drop it into like a low C tuning and play like a Weisenborn or whatever. But pedal steel is not a straight, as you know, it's not straight across the board. It's not a complete open tuning.
It's not even a fucking chord, man.
Yeah. There's a chord in the middle, and then so it's a whole ball of wax, man. It's no joke.
Then there's a bunch of confusing chaos that encourages you to just like make whale sounds, which is what I did.
That's legitimate. That's valid.
I set that fucking thing up. I was determined for a week.
Yeah.
And then I was very discouraged. And then after, I think 3 weeks, it just sat in the corner and scowled at me, and I packed it back up and sold it.
Yeah. That's not an unknown story, but yeah, I think having if I didn't have because it's like playing drums, you're using all 4 limbs, and it's like if you don't have the hands going, right? So the familiarity with a bar or a steel, the slide, and then some dexterity in your right hand with some picks or something. It's a long hill to climb.
What about a B bender? You ever get down with one of those?
I haven't, but I would fucking love it. I'd love to try.
There are a couple companies that make like palm benders, so you get like a G and a B or a G and a D. You can set them up.
You just fucking suss your face off.
Yeah, man, that's what I'm talking about. There's one on a website right now. It's this fucking thing. It's like a casino, so it's not $5,000 or whatever. It's like a reissue casino with a Bigsby, and then it's got a G and a B bender, and I'm about it. I'm super about it.
So somebody retrofitted this thing.
Yeah, and that's what I'm into. Like I'm into things that are essentially worthless to most people.
Nice.
Like not that many people are gonna want that thing. They're gonna think it looks cool. But
yeah, it's kind of unusual to have a casino with some benders on it. That's cool though.
Right?
I like that. Yeah, it's gonna be hot though. It's gonna be cool.
I think so, man. I think so.
You should get it.
Well, a lot of my dough is going back into. I'm making a record. I'm probably. You know what? Here's the thing. You really fucked up by opening your door up. I'm like a vampire, and you've invited me into your home now. I know what color your walls are, except that I don't. I'm colorblind. I'm probably going to hit you up and see if you'll play on my record.
Love to.
You're going to love
and
it.
Then you'll hear it and be like, delete.
You're going to love it.
Which I can't wait.
What
kind of stuff is it?
It's a high art concept album.
Okay.
That's all I'll say about it. I'll talk to you off the record. I'll tell you the Metallica story, and I'll tell you about my solo record, and we'll talk about potential for us to do a video. I'd love to have you in a Couch Riffs video.
I'd love to do it. Yeah, those are so good.
I'm
down.
I have a great concept. I have a fun concept that I think you'll be into.
Okay, I'm down.
Great. This is wonderful. This is absolutely wonderful.
I'm a fucking yes man today, man. Give me today.
No, you know what? If every guest was as wonderful as you, all guests are wonderful. Listen, all my guests are wonderful. But, you know,
Very kind.
let's, you know what? I think let's wrap it up.
Okay.
You've given me an hour and a half, plus I'm dying to tell you the Metallica story.
Yeah, for sure.
It's great.
I had a good time. Thanks for having me on.
Dude, thank you. I've been, every couple of months I like tweet at you like, all right.
Yeah. Persistence wins.
You know what? That's my middle name.
Awesome.
It's a weird name. I know my parents were hippies.
Persistence wins.
It's really weird, but
They called you Young Winnie.
the
Winnie.
young Percy.
Percy Winnie.
Percy wins. This is a terrible segue, but can we talk about let's bring it all the way back around just for a moment and talk about Portland for a second, because by now everyone in America has seen that picture of the woman who is fully nude, and she's sat upon the ground in front of the goon squad, right?
Yeah.
And she's got her legs wide open. And she's just like, it's almost like some yonic yogi pose, right?
Yeah.
It's really an incredible image. But
It's nuts, man. It's nuts. It's only in Portland.
Only in Portland would
protest.
that ever happen. But the first thing I thought was, I wonder if she's got something down on the ground between her cooter and the street.
I don't think so.
Because
that's not real protest.
But I mean, I would recommend it.
I would recommend it. There's a lot of tear gas on that ground, you know?
I mean,
there
could be.
I've never sat on tear gas, but it probably hurts.
I would imagine. And that, there's just twice as many places for the tear gas to go for her.
Right?
I
know. I saw it was like some conservative tweet or something somewhere, conservative news, and someone was like, look at these fucking wackos. But it's like, yeah, sure, that's wackos, man, but that's like some bold shit. That's like some real, that's one for the annuals of protest photos, It's
No,
like,
I think that really will go down in history. I think as one of the greats.
Yeah.
Do we know
amazing.
who that woman is?
We don't. I don't. I'm so curious. I haven't seen any like follow-up articles with her or anything, so I don't. But she forced retreat with her nudity. It's amazing. And
what if we find out it was just a publicity stunt for her new
her
hand-churned ice cream cart?
Totally. Naked ice cream made on a bicycle, churned on a bicycle.
Vegan corn dog or whatever.
Here's Libby at the protest. You remember her. Support us. Totally possible in this city.
Hey, I was so excited to learn about everything. Really, everything.
Shit, man. I'm glad I enraptured you.
You really did.
I really put you under a charm spell.
Next time I'm in Portland, what if I hit you up and you show me this facility? Is that a thing?
100%. Yeah, 100%.
Well, I love that.
I like looking forward to seeing people in person too.
It's much better than
It's such a beamingly optimistic idea.
Yeah, for sure it is. All right, I'm going to turn this recording off. You want to say goodbye?
Yeah. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Mike. It was a good time.
You're going to be famous.
Thank you. I can't wait.
It's wonderful.
Famous. God knows what for. Famous at 60 for what?
All right.